For some reason, it's maximize. Why is it doing this?
It doesn't say much.
Okay, it's just the music bug. Maybe I'll use the other dust box if this doesn't want to work. Something doesn't sound quite right. Or maybe it's just because I don't normally sit this long on the opening.
Please insert your saved character disc from any of the first 3 Quest for Glory games into the disc drive, so that your hero can make the journey to Quest for Glory, Shadows of Darkness.
Okay, the mixer is a little quiet. Okay, I wanted to use it as the YouTube thumbnail.
Please insert your saved character disc from any of the first 3 Quest for Glory games into the disc drive, so that your hero can make the journey to Quest for Glory. Please insert. Your character has been successfully imported. Welcome to Shadows of Darkness.
This is the only talkie of the first four. Notice something. Yeah. Anything that was below the minimum got set to the minimum. However, if you want a new skill, it now costs 100.
From nightmares of flying and falling. You find yourself in this strange place, the only illumination, an eerie green glow. You've lost your weapons and the contents of your backpack somewhere during the journey. All you have are the clothes and armor on your back. This leaves you with 4 burning questions. Where are you? How did you get here? Who brought you here? And how in blazes can you get out of here? No, make that 5 burning questions. What city did your luggage end up in this time? Man, is the volume even changing? Doesn't look like it. Maybe that a little too quiet. Let's hear the narrator again. Please insert your saved character disc from any of the first... Please insert your saved character disc from any of the first 3 Quest for Glory games into the disk drive, so that your hero can make the journey to Quest for Glory, Shadows of Darkness.
Still a little quiet for the deck, but I think we're good.
Your character... You awaken from nightmares of flying and falling. You find yourself in this strange place, the only illumination, an eerie green glow. You've lost your weapons and the contents of your backpack somewhere during the journey. All you have are the clothes and armor on your back. This leaves you with 4 burning questions. Where are you? How did you get here? Who brought you here? And how in blazes can you get out of here? No, make that 5 burning questions. What city did your luggage end up in this time? You are in a large cave, dimly lit by glowing lichen on the walls. Strange, irregular outcroppings of stone grow from the ground, looking like the skeleton of some enormous beast. Here and there, petrified human bodies seem to grow half in, half out of the floor and walls. That didn't... A brief search reveals a piece of hard grey rock, which you take, and some coins, 3 crowns and 13 kopecks. That didn't do anything useful. You attempt to light the torch using your piece of flint, but you don't have anything on which to create a spark. You'll need to find something made of steel. That didn't do... Nothing. Nothing. You attempt to light the torch.
Hey. So you are probably gonna hear a lot of random audio glitches because this game kinda is buggy no matter what.
The deteriorate. You find nothing. You find 30 assorted copper and gold coins on the body. You find nothing. That didn't... You take the torch. You find nothing. You find that did that.
Didn't one of these have a dagger?
The altar feels strangely warm to your touch, but leaves a deeper chill somewhere within you. The deteriorate. You are in a large cave. It looks pretty much as you'd expect. It seems to be a kind of stone valve acting as a door to the passageway beyond. You find nothing. You find that That didn't... That... You stumble and fall over the ancient petrified corpse. As you pick yourself up, you discover a dagger and some coins on the dried-out dead body. It isn't going to use them anymore, so you take them. Your attacks have no effect. You force the sphincter open with your dagger and pass through. You've made it into a large chamber. Stone valves, like the one you just passed through, apparently block 3 other passageways. There is a huge stone altar in the center of the room, and an exit to the south. You pick up the canvas sheet and take 3 crowns and 17 kopecks from the pouch. He won't be needing them anytime soon. A heavy rope bridge spans the deep chasm. You could definitely feel the wind rushing past you as you floated in the air, but there wasn't quite enough push. You need to find a way to catch more of the wind to sail your way across. That didn't do anything. Nothing. Whoa, the ground is really slippery around here. There seems to be a layer of slime all over it. It would be nice work if you could get it, but you don't know a flying spell. The best you can do is to levitate, but that just takes you up and down, unless you can find a way to let the wind help you. That didn't do. Nothing.
Thief just tightrope walks it.
You could definitely feel the... As you hold up the sheet like a sail, you can feel the wind pushing it, and you, towards the pit. Unfortunately, you're a little too heavy. You don't think the wind is powerful enough to push you across safely. You just barely made it across the pit. You slip through the mouth of the cave, just in time to avoid being crushed by its closing jaws.
You are alive! Only one person
Recognize
has
this
ever
voice.
walked away from there before. Who are you? How did you get here? Oh, there are so many questions I want to ask you. But I have to get home quickly. It is so dangerous out at night in Mordavia. The town is due north of here. Be careful. There are many bad things wandering around. Good luck. Oh, by the way, my name is Katrina. I hope we meet again sometime. Farewell.
think about why this person is standing outside an evil cave.
This symbol looks like a six-armed starfish, or perhaps like the tentacles of an octopus. You sense a feeling of strange, chaotic power from it. The six-pointed symbol seems to pulse with energy and comes loose in your hand when you touch it. You have the feeling that you may need this sign, so you carefully store it in your pack.
Here's where we find out if the game is gonna cry.
The path is dripping with slimy goo. You're having a hard time maintaining your footing on it. The bleached bones of the earth lie surrounded by the murky marsh. As you find yourself sucked into the thick muck, you realize that you're never going to be able to move in the swamp this way. You are so exhausted that everything you do hurts. Better get some rest.
So this is one problem. This is way too fast.
You can't open the gates. They're barred on the other side. You knock on the gate. There is...
We got here too fast. recognize that music.
The staff feels warm and almost alive in your hand. You hear an eerie voice in your head.
This I must first do. The sacrifice of life for one of love.
You graciously but gratuitously grasp some grass.
I touched grass.
You! How did you get here? Why are you here? Few strangers come to Mordavia. I am the Burgomeister. It is my job to know everyone and everything that goes on here.
The Burgomeister stares at you suspiciously. You tell the Burgomeister about how you came here.
Do you expect me to believe such a story? That you could walk out of that cave alive? That the cave would be open? Tell me no more lies. My name is Dmitri Ivanov. I am the Burgomeister of this town. Mordavia is a valley surrounded by mountains. There used to be a road which led from here, but heavy rains have created a swamp at the base of the mountain south of here. No wagons can get you in or out, nor can any person, except perhaps you. This is the town of Mordavia. There is an inn and a shop down the street where you can spend the night or get some supplies and be on your way. The sooner you leave, the better for all. There are many dangers in Mordavia, and we certainly do not need a stranger to stir up new troubles. The Hotel Mordavia has rooms and food. It is a safe place to spend the night. The shop does not carry much. We have been cut off from supplies for a while now. Still, you may at least restock your food rations before you continue with your travels. There are many strange and dangerous creatures that live in Mordavia. Trust nothing. The gates of this town are closed at sunset. Do not let yourself get caught outside after dark, for few can survive a Mordavian night or remain sane enough to speak of it. Just leave Mordavia quickly. No good comes from outsiders, and we do not want you here.
Friendly guy.
This general store is cheery and well lit, thanks to the warm hearth. The first
Cats.
things that you notice are the cats. They seem to be everywhere. Then you see the shopkeeper, sitting on her rocking chair as she knits. She's a very, sturdy-looking woman.
So, you're the stranger in town. I've heard all about you already.
You attempt to have a meaningful dialogue with the cat. It says, "Meow."
Yeah, polite, aren't you? And manners are as manners do, as my husband used to say. We'll see. You can call me Olga. Mrs. Stovich is too formal after all. We don't welcome strangers here. They bring nothing but trouble. All the same, it's good to see a new face again.
So we do eventually need all of these.
Let me see, what could you use? Well, besides my regular items like brooms and pens, I really don't have anything else for adventurers like yourself. Now, I do have some lovely sandwiches you can use for rations. And garlic, of course you'll need garlic. I've also got some oil you can use to keep the weapons and armor from rusting. And if you like sweets, I've got some yummy homemade candy. Although the garlic-flavored ones have all been purchased by now. I'll have to make some more. Oh, and a shopping bag to carry things in. I have a couple of those left. 3 twists of candy will cost you just 5 kopecks. The kids love them.
What kids?
Oh, now garlic is a must-have item. It's just 25 kopecks for a bulb, and it will add flavor to any food.
Storekeeper looks around nervously for a moment, then continues.
You know, some say garlic also has medicinal and protective properties. My husband always said I make the most interesting sandwiches. They're very good for you, and I only charge 50 kopecks each for them.
Dang, let me go make a wrap one sec. Thanks. I ran out of cheese.
A flask of household oil will cost you 100 kopecks. It's good for door streaks and can also be used to loosen up rusty wagon wheels. I can sell you a very nice large pie pan for 250 kopecks. I've always admired the men who can cook. You can purchase the hen broom for 350 kopecks. I'm sure you'll really clean up with it. What would you like to know about? Yeah, Bella's a good woman. She's the one who really runs the inn. Her husband just gives orders. Someday she'll give Yuri a piece of her mind, and good for her. The things she puts up with. Bella, she was a pretty woman not long ago. Was not called Bella for nothing. Losing her only child really aged her. What a tragedy. The castle north of town was abandoned for many years. Then, some strangers moved in 4 years ago. No one knows what goes on there now, but it won't be for the good, I'll tell you. Werewolves are gypsies, no question about it. They change into wolves at night, eating anyone they can get. Nothing can kill a werewolf but silver or magic, so you be careful out in the woods at night, you hear me? The gypsy camp is not at all that far from here. That is a bad place, and you'd better have nothing to do with it. It is dangerous and should... That is a bad place, and you'd better have nothing to do with it. It is dangerous and should have been torn down long ago. Many a stranger never came back after asking questions about it, so don't let your curiosity be the death of you. Yeah, my husband and myself had run this shop for many, many years. My husband passed on now, but I keep it just the way he liked it. A well-run shop is a busy shop, he always used to say. Not very busy anymore, what with the swamp. But I try to keep it going the best I can. Mostly housewares, but a few items that might interest you.
It doesn't burn. Careful, the cats may explode if you touch them. They're perfectly content where they are. You attempt to have a meaningful dialogue with the cat. It says, meow. You attempt...
Goodbye. Or, as my dear departed Boris used to say, may the winds blow fair at your back.
You've entered a small but nicely furnished country inn. Stairs lead up to the guest bedrooms. The floor is covered with sawdust and peanut shells. A barrel contains the few shells that manage to land in it. The innkeeper stares at you with an expression of fear and astonishment. It is several seconds before he speaks.
This is the Hotel Mordavia. Rooms here are 15 kopecks for room and board. Pay for 1 week in advance. Your room will be the first room at the top of the stairs. When you want food in the morning or evening, just sit down over there by the door.
Pay the innkeeper for your room and board.
Thank you for your payment. The first door at the top of the stairs leads to your room. My wife will serve you supper in the evening.
They stare at you in astonishment.
You say you are a hero. Well, we will judge you here by your actions rather than your words. Magic is a very dangerous thing. We do not trust those who use or are used by magic. Make certain you do not give us any more cause for alarm. The Hotel Mordavia has been in my family for generations. It is the only place to be when darkness falls at night. Everything else is closed, and even we lock the doors. You must knock if you wish to come in. My name is Yuri Markarov. My wife's name is Bella. We are the owners of this inn. If you climb the stairs, your room is the first door on the right. The doors of the inn close before nightfall, so make sure you are always back before sunset. Make certain you are back in town before dusk. The gates of the town will close solidly to keep out any dangers. I am Hans. Pleasure's all yours. I'm a farmer of pumpkins and corn and a person of great importance here in lovely Mordavia.
Listen, I'm telling you, Igor's death must be avenged.
These guys
Pleased to
all
meet
outlived
you.
their
I'm
script.
Ivan,
Spoiler.
an elephant herder. Unfortunately, there are no more elephants in Mordavia, so business has kind of fallen off a tad.
Guys, is it just me or is Mordavia a wonderful place?
Oh, are you kidding? It's the greatest. There's many places to go, things to see. Are you kidding?
Right. Let's not forget that scenic cemetery to the east of town.
Everyone here's nothing but grins. Real friendly.
Yeah, except when we don't know you. We don't like strangers.
Or anyone else that's weird and doesn't belong.
Rumors. You talking to me? What rumors?
Oh, there are no rumors here.
Unless you count the rumor that the castle is owned by...
Horse patootie. There are no rumors in Mordavia to speak of. The town of Mordavia is a quiet place.
Filled with friendly, joyful, stinky people.
Well, I'm not so sure about the friendly part. We tend to be very suspicious of strangers like you.
Yeah, well anyway, the town is filled with joyful and stinky people.
Yeah, happy, joyful, and stinky people.
Well, I wouldn't call us particularly joyful. As a matter of fact, most of us are pretty glum.
Oh, very well, all right then. Mordavia is filled with people, you know, stinky ones.
Yeah, many stinky people.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it many. There actually aren't very many of us around
Garlic
here.
will do that to you.
Oh, forget it. Well, at least he stinks. So, you are still around, are you? When are you leaving Mordavia?
As you enter the northern part of the town, you hear the sound of a chisel chipping away at a stone block. A man is carving gravestones at one end of the street. Your attention quickly moves from the stone carver to the ominous Gothic building in the center of the street. There is definitely something not right about this structure. This is a bas-relief of a strange creature. It looks like an octopus with only 6 tentacles. You have a creepy feeling as if it is looking right back at you.
Bad place. Very bad place. Go away. You'll be very sorry.
I think it locked up.
Bad place. Very Nobody ever listened to Igor. Igor. Just Igor. Oh, this day job. Also work graveyard shift. Little graveyard humor there. Igor dig graves in cemetery. Igor put dead person in grave. Igor cover dead person with dirt. Igor put headstone on grave. Oh, plenty job security around here. Business is piling up. Little graveyard humor there. Again. Igor dig grave. Oh, building was Adventurers Guild. No adventurers, no guild. Town Mordavia. This north part of town. Oh, this day job. Also work graveyard Oh, Igor not hear rumors. Igor not no stranger in town. Igor not no doctor make strange things in lab. Igor not no funny man in inn not funny. Igor not know many things. Igor not hear many things. Bad building. No go there. Bad, bad, bad.
The headstone carver stares at you and then goes back to work. He looks at you and then goes back to work. The door is locked.
Still, Yuri. What are you looking for this time? What do you want from me this time? The old Adventurers Guild is at the north end of town. It has been abandoned for many years, since we have not had many adventurers who could cross the swamp. Seeing as you are supposed to be an adventurer, here, have a key to the guild door. Perhaps you can find something of use there. Try to avoid getting into trouble. I would not like to have you in my jail, after all.
Everyone is so friendly.
You unlock the door using the key the Burgomeister gave you. It's a rare example of the deadly Mordavian moose, distinguishable by its long, fang-like canines. Someone has strung garlic around its neck, probably in hopes that it will stay on the wall. This desk holds the adventurer's logbook, a quill pen, and an inkwell. This desk... You read in the adventurer's log about some of the exploits of past adventurers in Mordavia. Prominent among them is the story of Piotr and the Dark One's cult. You read near the end of the book, Piotr tells how he led the armies against the Chernovi cult outside the Dark One's cave. The fighters were trained soldiers, but the cult members fought like madmen. Suddenly the cult members changed their forms and became grotesque monsters. Many of the soldiers panicked and ran. The battle was nearly lost. Then Piotr heard the voice of Irana. "By all my will, I banish you to..." The voice was cut off. The cult members screamed and ran. Piotr entered the cave and searched for some sign of life. All he could find were the grotesque remains of cult members. The only sign of Irana was her magical staff lying on the ground. Piotr picked it up and left the cave, knowing that Irana was beyond his help. Piotr then tells how he brought the staff back to town and placed it in the town square. A garden of flowers instantly sprang up around it. Near the end of the book, Piotr tells that he was going to seek out the rituals of the Dark One and destroy them. There are no later entries. You sign your name into the adventurer's logbook with a flourish. It's almost become a habit by now. That would be a lot easier if the desk had a drawer. The finely crafted sword rests within this case, but there doesn't seem to be a door or any way to open the case. A plaque reads, "Break glass in emergency." This is not a good place to practice your magic. The painting shows a proud-looking adventurer standing on an obviously defeated dragon. It might have had more impact if the dragon wasn't just as obviously winking. The plaque says, "Wish you were here in Silmeria, Dunstan." A portrait of an adventurer long gone hangs on the wall here. A small plaque at the base reads, "Piotr, Paladin." There is a set of coat hooks in one corner. You never knew adventurers were expected to be that neat.
So, we are going to ignore the coat hooks. Because that opens up the Thieves' Guild. But the problem is that it also sets some flags in the game that you're a thief and forces you down some paths that can't be done, apparently. Like the best way to play the fourth game is usually as a paladin, just like the third game. But as a thief, there is a way to fence stuff you steal in this one. Not sure about the last game because I never tried. Anyway, there is something you can do here.
Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. After some rest, you feel... After some rest... Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. After some rest... Your legs are... After some rest, you feel better. After some... There's only a certain amount of punishment your body can stand on any given day. Enough pain, enough gain for now. Try again tomorrow.
I am Nikolai. Have you seen my Anna? Anna, have you seen my Anna? I am looking for Anna. Have you?
Is that all you're gonna get out of him?
This strange device is labeled Transcendental Receiving Animal Processor. I wonder if that stands for something. Be careful, it might be a trap. You are in a totally weird place. This hallway gives you a strange feeling of vujade. The sense that you've never been anywhere like here before, but maybe will someday. There's a sign on the door. It says, "Warning, do not open without appropriate precautions." The bust's eyes seem to follow you as you walk through the hallway. It's a truly impressive, original, multimedia work created out of whitewash and sawdust. The sign says, "This is the key maze." The sign on the door says, "Dr. Cranium's private laboratory. Entrance by prior appointment or demonstration of superior intelligence only."
Evening.
You hear something bouncing around behind the door. A lot of somethings. You don't hear anything behind this door. Behind the door is a sort of rat maze, but it's missing the rat, or whatever is supposed to be traversing the maze. Oh no, you've been Antwerped! Fortunately, these are just baby Antwerps, so the attack wasn't fatal. Behind the door is a sort of rat. You bait the trap with avocado from your sandwich. Avocado was never high on your list of favorite foods anyway. The trap starts working.
I like avocado.
You've caught an Antwerp. It's simply amazing. This is the Antwerp maze. Antwerps are naturally bouncy, so all you have to do is continually rotate the maze until the baby Antwerp bounces over to the key, then out through the exit. This is the Congratulations. You've used the baby Antwerp to get Dr. Cranium's laboratory key from the maze. You add the key to your keyring.
Another puzzle. Hello, Liz. I already did the third game. So we're on the fourth game now.
Great! You've managed to find Dr. Cranium's keyhole and open the door. You pass through into Dr. Cranium's private laboratory.
Quickly, Igor, the fluid! I must have the fluid! Oh, excuse me. I thought it was Igor coming in to assist me. He helps out in the lab sometimes. Now then, what can I do for you?
You say hello to the scientist.
Welcome to my laboratory. You must have more than the usual intelligence and perseverance to have made it in here.
You introduce yourself to Dr. Cranium and tell him a little about your adventures.
I should be most interested to hear about your travels and your scientific discoveries along the way. Unfortunately, I have very little time for that right now. Perhaps we can discuss your adventures when you next return.
You explain to Dr. Cranium that magic is really a lot like science and even deals with the same elements.
Oh, nonsense! There's no such thing as magic. There is only science. What you call magic is simply scientific phenomena that have not yet been properly investigated and catalogued.
I know I've said that somewhere. And this is probably where I got it.
My name is Dr. Cranium. I am Moldavia's chief scientist and a certified genius. Some call me mad, but I much prefer Dr. Cranium. Ah, yes, science. I'm glad you asked. Science is the process of systematically increasing our knowledge of the world through observation and experiment. Unfortunately, some of the townspeople here seem to have no concept of the wonders of science. Some of them even claim my little inventions are magical. Such poppycock! There's no such thing as magic. Still, the townspeople insisted that I should be able to use my magic to cure wounds and sickness. I told them that I am a scientist, not a doctor, but they wouldn't listen. I had little choice but to concoct some simple elixirs. They were childishly pleased. Science is really so simple once you understand it. If you want to improve your stamina, then you should make sure you eat a healthy diet from all the different food groups and get plenty of aerobic exercise. That is science. Oh, you must mean my patented healing drink. You may have my last one. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the formula for its main ingredient. If you can help me remember it, I will be able to make some more healing drinks, although the work is very time-consuming.
Alrighty, Liz. Oh, this is the copy protection. Damn it, GOG, where did it? Okay, this one is on page 5.
Thank you. With that information, I'm sure I shall be able to create some sensational scientific solutions. Oh, you must mean my new universal poison antidote. You may have this one, but I will need some help with the formula to make more. Also, I am afraid I only have time to make one each day. Thank you. With that information, I'm sure I shall be able to create some sensational scientific solutions.
You ask Dr. Cranium if he can spare an empty flask for specimen collection.
Of course, of course. I am always delighted to assist scientific research of any kind, and I have plenty of flasks. You may have this one.
I think we need at least 5, but I don't remember.
You ask Dr.
Of course.
You ask
Experiments are the meat and drink of science. First, you must come up with a hypothesis based on your understanding of the scientific elements. Then perform an experiment to test the hypothesis. Afterwards, you have a pizza.
Pizza's anachronistic to this game, which is funny.
Earth is for solidity and stability. Air gives freedom and movement. Fire provides power and energy. Water, fluidity and life. Pizza, of course, is the most important element of all. Pizza represents the essence of well-roundedness and regaining strength. Most importantly, you can have it delivered in under half an hour in most areas. Pizza is a crucial ingredient in many scientific formulae. There is a nearly infinite variation in its effects, depending on whether one starts with pepperoni, mushrooms, artichokes, or plain cheese. One should always order extra pizza in case the experiment requires additional materials. Besides, science is hungry work. A hypothesis is a scientific guess. One predicts the result of an operation, performs an experiment to test the prediction, then has a pizza to celebrate the result. It is very important to stay flexible, however. Sometimes the experiment may give a different result than predicted by the hypothesis. Since real scientists don't like to make mistakes, we always write the hypothesis in pencil. Igor is the gravedigger and tombstone carver. Business has been slow lately, perhaps because there are very few people left in town, so Igor sometimes comes in to help me with my work. Igor has had less work of late. The forest is just as dangerous, but there aren't very many people left in town who are stupid enough to go out there at night, you know. I like to think of it as a sort of evolution in action.
Darwin Awards.
Igor is carving out quite a niche for himself in the gravestone business. You might say he is well on his way to becoming a rock star. Then again, you might not. The cemetery is outside of town to the east. It has proven a fruitful source of materials for my experiments. There are also some interesting and cryptic puzzles to be solved there.
Didn't I say the magic user path is the most silly?
Essential etheric fluid is an important ingredient in my formula for reanimating dead bodies. It contains the essence of the element of water, the most important ingredient in life science. This laboratory is where I perform some of my most important research. Lately, I have been trying to bring life back to a dead body and to brew the perfect cup of tea. Reanimating the dead is just another day's work in the life of a scientist. Even science cannot bring a person back right the way they were, but one can use scientific principles to restore the semblance of life and energy to formerly dead flesh. The one alchemical combination that I have thus far been unable to fully analyze is that of a good cup of tea. I'm sure there must be a way to duplicate the effects of nature, but the results have not been promising so far. Perhaps you would like a cup of spearmint and beefsteak tea? I thought not. This is even harder than rehydration solution and reviving dead tissue. Research is the heart and soul of science. Without constant experimentation to prove or disprove one's hypotheses, the scientist is left trying to solve the world's problems by guesswork. That is hardly the most efficient way to achieve results. I try to maintain a modest selection of useful experimental equipment in my simple laboratory. Unfortunately, it has become very difficult to obtain the most modern scientific accessories since the road out of the valley became closed by the swamp.
What's also funny is that this game is far more animated than most visual novels.
Mad? Mad? They all call me mad, but what do they know of madness? I am not mad. A bit perturbed about the world situation and how I get so little respect, perhaps, but certainly not mad.
You say goodbye to Dr. Cranium.
Please be careful not to break the beakers or crack the flasks on your way out.
Some sort of complicated scientific experiment is going on here. Could it be the quest for the perfect cup of tea? You are in an incredibly cluttered laboratory. Flasks, vials, jars, and tubing cover every surface. Experiments are in progress everywhere.
Come back and visit again. Oh, and if you see Igor, please tell him I still need the fluid.
So every time you come here, the doorbell puzzle gets a little harder.
The headstone carver stares at you.
Oh, this day job. Igor! Igor!
So if we want to go in the monastery, we need to go when Iger isn't there. Cause as you saw earlier, it loved through.
A heavy gate blocks the way to the winding road. Far in the distance, you can see a majestic castle.
Welcome to Moldavia. It's nice to have some fresh blood around here. We so seldom see strangers. It is so difficult to get past the swamp which blocks the pass to and from the valley. We haven't had a stranger here since the rains created the swamp several years ago. You've obviously done quite a lot for one person. It will be interesting to see what you do around here. I am Boris Stovich.
Did you know your wife thinks you're dead?
This is the castle of the Boyars, the title of the rulers of Moldavia. It once belonged to the Borgov family for generations, but the last Borgov has been dead for many, many years. Moldavia is the name of this valley and of the town. Even the inn is called the Hotel Moldavia. The name means Dark Valley. The heads of the Borgov family were the Boyars of Moldavia for ages. The last Borgov disappeared at the time of darkness. No one knows what became of him. It is bad luck to even speak of the time of darkness. Moldavia was a safe and lovely land before that time. Much has changed since then, and for the worse. Boyars are rather like barons of other lands. They own the castle and protect everyone within their domain. I'm not certain who all lives in the castle. I so seldom see anyone from there. There's the master, of course. Then there's the strange foreigner. There's also the master's daughter, I believe, and some rather strange guards. Beyond that, I really can't say. I haven't actually seen the daughter, but I know the master is quite proud of her. The master desires privacy, and I respect that wish. As I always say, the will of the master is the shall of the servant. I wrote that. He is an unpleasant sort, with a short beard and moustache, and a funny hat. He is rude when giving orders, and he has the habit of staring at a person and licking his lips. Most
Who does that
unsavory.
describe?
I have only caught glimpses of them occasionally, but I don't think they are quite human. No matter. If a man does a good job, then whether he is a man does not matter. I am the gatekeeper of Borgov Castle. Is it not true that he who guards the gates is the keystone speaker? This is the gate to Borgov Castle. You can see it in the distance behind here. I am here to make certain that only welcome guests may enter through here in the daytime. At night, this gate is guarded by huge necrotaurs, who make certain no one tries to enter without permission. The town of Moldavia is to the east of here. Turn to the east as you leave and continue until your way is blocked by rocks. Then turn north, and you will find the gates of the town. Goodbye, young man. May the fireplace be warm and the drink cold at your journey's end.
Back again so soon. What have you heard lately?
Hey, I found your husband.
So, you haven't been eaten yet. We'll see how long you last traipsing about everywhere when you should be staying in this nice, safe town.
Tell Olga about what you've been doing in Mordavia.
My sad departed husband. His name was Boris. Gone 3 years now. He was such a good man.
You tell Olga that the gatekeeper's name is Boris Stovich and ask if they're related.
Aha! So that's where the so-and-so went. Huh? Tell him he's a rotten no goodnik. As my lost husband used to say, may all your travels lead somewhere.
Sure changed tone.
Hello again. You are a most brave man to wander so freely in the Moldavian woods.
You tell Boris what Olga said about him. He blushes.
Olga was always opinionated. I grew tired of listening to her complain about me all the time. Goodbye, and good travels.
I think the result is down here.
There is absolutely nothing in the little rabbit's fanny pack. Well, maybe a pocket watch, but you don't need one of those.
Hello there. Could you help me? This water is so cold and I need someone to help warm me.
It doesn't say.
I am the Rizalka. Please, take my hand and help me. If you take my hand, I'll be happy to show you what the lake is like. If you take my arms, I'll be happy to talk to you about anything you'd like.
You ask what a nice girl like her is doing in a place like this.
It's so nice here in the water. Why don't you join me? Why don't you come to my arms so that I can give you a real greeting? Surely a hero like you will help someone like me. Please, take my hand.
Google Rizalka.
Please, don't leave me here so alone and cold. I need you.
You pick up a single slimy bone. You already got a good bone. Leave the rest of them alone. You don't have any rations. You better get some food soon.
So strategy mode is that. Strategy works everywhere except ghosts.
Searching for the fallen beast, you find nothing of value, unless you were planning to start a flea circus. The general store has... You hear movement on the other side of the door. After a few minutes, you hear someone removing the bar and unlocking the bolts on the other side of the door. The inhabitants of the inn eye you suspiciously. You get the feeling that you're not particularly welcome here. You get a fine meal of roast lamb garnished with red cabbage. Oh, and liberally flavored with garlic. You pick at your plate in search of any leftover garlic. You unlock the door to your room and go in. After some rest, you feel better. You awaken as the sun begins to rise. Nothing like a good breakfast to get you off to a good start in the morning, especially when everything's laced with garlic.
Still you remain. It is a wonder you have managed to live so long.
I'm just that good, sir.
Still you...
You again! Heard anything interesting lately?
Tell Olga about what... First, select the...
I love this view. This is the correct way to put hints in a game.
The bush looks a little strange, almost as though it is sitting rather than growing in its place. You say, hello, but there's only silence in return. You say that he's the Bushman. There's no answer. You guess that wasn't it. There is absolutely... Colorful wagons surround the fire pit in this authentic Moldavian gypsy camp. You've heard that gypsies like to keep to themselves, but surely they won't mind just one visitor.
Go away! We allow no strangers in our camp. Leave immediately!
You introduce yourself.
We care not who you are. Just leave!
You say goodbye. The young man just glares at you.
See you later.
wyvern has no place to carry treasure. This is one reason why dragon hunting is far more popular. These bushes look as though someone planted them here deliberately. The bush won't budge. It's almost as if it were welded to the spot by magic. An enchantment has been placed on the hedge to the west.
Oh, my no. Who do we have here?
It's a dead body, artistically laid out for maximum shock effect. Actually, it just happened to fall in that position, but please don't tell anyone.
Go back, or face thy doom. Hey, wait a second. Don't I know you from somewhere? Yeah, you're the guy that turned Baba Yaga into a frog. So what are you doing here? Trying out for the part of soup du jour or auditioning for the main course? Yeah. Good to see me again, I know. So what do you want? Don't remind me. I thought I was gonna be left behind when the hut flew the coop, but Baba Yaga picked me up later. You sure made her mad. She's back to her old self, if you knows what I mean. Other than a craving occasionally for flies and a distaste for frog legs, she's the same as ever. Call me Bonehead. I'm just hanging around like always. She's back. Danger? Around here? Nah, must be your paranoia acting up again. This place is as cozy and safe as a coffin. You can see for yourself that the hut's okay. Took it a bit to settle down from the last flight, though. You mean the hut of brown now sit down sort of thing the last time you was by? Well, that don't work anymore. Just go up to the hut and it'll squat and let you in, if it wants you in. My eye? Not bad at all. I has to admit, you gave me a real gem. I wouldn't do that if I was you, but I'm not.
This skull has brightly reflective eye sockets that look almost like mirrors.
I have no ID. Usually you can't do anything as a fraud.
Don't say I didn't warn you, buddy. Don't come back unless you got a reason to be here.
Still,
This is a little too easy. You pick up two of them. Your leg. After some rest, you... After some rest... After some rest... Your legs are... After some rest... After some rest... There's only a certain amount of punishment your body can stand on any given day.
Ten strength points per day.
Tonight, for your dining pleasure, it is the traditional Moldavian chicken paprikash, delicately seasoned with locally grown paprika and garlic.
Need to get our free pill.
Ah, you're just in time to witness a magnificent scientific experiment. I have managed to harness the very primal force of lightning at my beck and call. Now I shall use it to create life itself. Watch this. That was not quite
Sappy.
the experimental result I expected. But never mind that. It is merely a momentary setback in the annals of science. I shall readjust the magnetic electrical stimulation system and try again another day.
MSC.
My neighbor Nikolai is not actually as old as he now appears. He has been... My neighbor Nikolai is not actually as old as he now appears. He has been very unhappy since his wife's disappearance some 15 years ago. I can understand his disappointment. She never brought me back the berries I needed for an experiment. I am convinced that the primal force of life is electrical in nature. Of course, it must also involve water for life, and pizza, without which life would be boring. Antwerps are a truly fascinating species. They reproduce by splitting into a number of tiny Antwerps, each with their own genetic code. They cannot split voluntarily, however. They only reproduce when cut or stabbed. My test Antwerps came from Spielberg Valley, where there was an Antwerp population explosion last spring.
That tells you the time frame between the first game and this one.
If you want to here you are, one freshly brewed healing drink. Sip it if you get hurt, and its beneficial vitamins and other ingredients will help your body to recover quickly. Experiments. Here you are, one freshly brewed universal poison antidote.
You are stuck.
Perhaps I should wait a day or two before resuming my Frankie experiment. It is very important that the right person stay in charge here.
In charge.
The bush looks a little strange. You take a wild guess. Your name is Cedric. The bush shudders violently.
Cedric is, of course, the owl from King's Quest V.
There's something strange about this bush. Maybe it's the eyes. Oh, forget it. It's probably just an ordinary, everyday bush with blood-red berries and tentacle-like branches. You are somewhere in the... That hurt. That really hurt. Think of being stung by a 10-foot-long wasp. You think that would be a relief in comparison. You try to fetch some berries from the bush, but they seem firmly attached to branches. A feeling of peace. Your spell doesn't seem to have any lasting effect on the bush. Your spell does nothing. It only works upon magically enchanted objects. Your spell doesn't seem to have any lasting effect. You sense... You try to fetch some berries from the bush. You grab a... You're spelled...
I know there is a way.
The wyvern has no... You have come to a beautiful garden deep within the forest. A stream flows gently in a loop around the central island. Feelings of peace and harmony permeate the area. As you approach the tree, the fruit vanishes. Must be that low-calorie kind. This is not a good place. Your magical lasso floats towards the tree and plucks a single ripe fruit from its branches. That didn't... After some rest, you feel worse than before. You feel the sensation of floating freely in a swirling cloud of magic. You are warm and safe, surrounded by the sound of peaceful beauty. You feel as if you are suddenly totally alive. You can remember every happy moment of your past, taste every favorite sensation, hear all the colors of the universe. This is the true joy of living. Suddenly, you find yourself trapped by darkness. You cannot breathe. The darkness is tearing the warmth, life, and magic from your body. Pain! The agony of lungs without air, the burning cold of a body trapped in ice, the terror of helplessness as death approaches. You float, cold and lifeless. You awaken as the sun begins to rise. You wake in a cold sweat. You remember every detail of the nightmare as though it had really happened to you. You take a drink of the cool water. It tastes like wild strawberries. Someone has dug a large hole there, perhaps removing a bush or a small tree. Your magical lasso floats towards the tree and plucks a single ripe fruit from its branches. The cute, innocent, well, maybe not exactly, little bunny has been viciously slaughtered and now looks like a roadkill.
I believe I am on the verge of a major discovery. It came to me last night. I believe that there is a formula which can be used to create a rehydration solution. Such a solution could be used to restore fluidity to any substance or object that has become prematurely dry. If we can but manufacture Dr. Cranium's rehydration solution in sufficient quantities, we could rehydrate the great Shapirian Desert. Of course, there are a few small bugs to be worked out. It would take most of the water in the world's oceans to make that much solution. Then there's the tiny snag that I have not been able to remember the formula since awakening from the dream. Oh, I do seem to be a little careless in keeping track of my scientific formulae. I have them all written down somewhere. I think it was in the margins of one of my books here. Dr. Cranium's rehydration solution should be a shoo-in for the alchemical innovation of the animal ward. It contains the prime essence of the element of water in a perfectly condensed form. I spent some time in Spielberg last summer. Everyone there kept talking about some hero who did some sort of noble deeds there. You would think that they could find more excitement in the modern accomplishments of science. There seemed to be quite an infestation of baby Antwerps there for some reason. I took advantage of the opportunity to capture a number of them in very blunt cages for my experiments. The Baron did not even charge me very much for them. The scientist never fails to observe nature. Why, if I had not gone on an observation trip in the forest, I would never have found that garden with all the rare and exotic flora. The forest outside of town is quite a fascinating area. The trees are primarily deciduous with the occasional conifer. A wide variety of fauna inhabits the forest, providing great opportunities for scientific research and occasionally excitement of other kinds. There is a beautiful garden in the forest southeast of town. It contains several varieties of plants and trees that cannot be found anywhere else in this region. I had some fascinating experimental results with the bush I dug up there. Unfortunately, I was not able to keep it alive in captivity. There used to be a bush that grew 7 different types of blossoms in the garden. There is still a tree that provides fruit in a very peculiar cycle. There are also many beautiful flowers and plants growing there. I am convinced that the garden must have been intentionally planted, as it contains specimens that are not native to this region. Whoever planted it clearly did not understand the basic tenets of ecology. Fortunately, few of the spores have spread to the wider forest so far. Here you are. Here you are. Ah, you need my world-famous rehydration solution. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the elemental formula of its main ingredient. Perhaps you can help. Yes, that sounds just right. By the way, I could use some goo for one of my experiments. It would be most kind if you could bring me some when you return for the rehydration solution.
Cool.
Rehydration may prove to be a crucial step on the way to an even more important discovery: instant water.
Tell the creature that you read about him in a book. His name is Rumpelstiltskin.
Give that one a second look. My name's in another book.
You take a drink of the cool water. It tastes like wild strawberries. You
Still you.
Nothing like a good breakfast to get you off to a good start in the morning, especially when everything's laced with garlic. You unlock the... After some rest,
Still you.
this is a little... You pick up 2 of the metal weights and put 1 in each of the baskets. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. After some rest, you feel better. After some rest... Your legs are too stiff and... After some rest... There's only a certain... You don't really... Nothing. You slowly fill your flask with the greasy, grimy goo. Which book do you want to read? As you scan through Hero, the Journal of General Job Adjusting, you find quite a bit of information that might be useful here. There are a series of articles about the land of Moldavia. The town originally grew up around Castle Borgov. The Borgovs were the boyars, or local noblemen, assigned the role of guarding the area from invaders. The chapter on fauna describes a number of interesting creatures. The Necritor is a vicious carnivore with big, sharp teeth. Some of the other monsters sound even more horrific. In the forest lives the Lishi, a creature known for playing practical jokes on travelers and playing riddle games, but which can also be helpful to those it likes. You learn about the Rosalka, the spirit of a murdered, unmarried woman. Such spirits are said to inhabit lakes and rivers, They try to avenge themselves by drowning any man foolish enough to approach them. You could really learn a lot by reading this magazine thoroughly instead of just browsing through it. Isn't it nice that we included a complete copy in your game box? The book turns out to be an advertising brochure. It says, "I, Dr. Cranium, predict that someday one of my descendants will become the subject of a major computer game. The Castle of Dr. Brain from Sierra Online." Jeez, how cheesy can you get?
Hello, Strawberry. Thank you for the raid.
The book is all about using spells in unusual and creative ways, such as calming a fire, using alternate flame and frost spells to make something brittle and break, and so on. You pick up a number of useful tips which will improve your spellcasting.
More spore.
This book teaches the ancient Oriental art of talk fool. How to overcome opponents by attacking them with the unpronounceable names of martial arts forms and confusing them with fortune cookie wisdom. You get lost somewhere between karate and kuksul. You read through the book on spell-casting techniques again. It hasn't changed. Hey, this isn't a lending library. Nice try, but the bookshelf won't budge. If there's a secret passage around here, it's hidden a different way. Tell the creature it's called the Lishi.
Ah, that's the price of too much fame. Now you've gone and guessed my name. Lishi, Lishi, look and see, in a bush or up a tree. Lishi, Lishi, riddle rhyme. Can you solve them every time?
Quest for Glory 4.
You grab a... The bush looks...
Two and two make six. A little bush is in a fix. If you save a plant from goo, I can help you with a clue.
That feels good. Just what you needed to relieve some of the aches and pains of everyday adventure. The bush seems to be stuck. It looks as though it is caught in the rocks. That loosened up the rock pile somewhat. You blast the rock pile with a force bolt. Your magical lasso encircles the bonsai bush and gently draws it out of the grimy goo. Carefully clean the plant, then put it away. You plant the bonsai in the hole and scrape some of the rich soil around it. In moments, the bush begins to grow and blossom before your eyes. The bonsai... You take it...
Na 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 na. 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 Oops! Hi there! Three and three make 9. Who lives among the watery brine? Fishy, squishy riddles make. Tell me now who's in the lake. One and 2 and 3 make 6. Who hides her hut behind trick sticks? Magic message. Bushes here. In the rhyme with disappear. One and 2 and 3 make 6. Who hides her hut behind trick sticks? Magic message. Bushes here. In the rhyme with disappear.
Would that be Baba Yaga in her chicken leg hut you try?
Baba baby, that's the one. An ogress who is loads of fun. Guessing answers without knowing? Check your guesses first by going.
The bush looks...
And 12 make 22. This killer plant will crawl to you. Hungry, hunting, seeking food. A berry bush with an attitude?
You say goodbye to the creature, but hear only a faint giggle in reply. No one seems to be listening. After some you have returned to this wonderful place between worlds. You are again filled with the joy of being truly alive. You find yourself dancing at the heart of the cosmos. You spin and the universe swirls with you and around you. Suddenly, something calls out to you. You feel a coldness rapidly devouring you. You falter in fear as you remember what happened the last time you were here. The voice calls again, and you feel trapped, helpless. The closer you get to that voice, the greater the fear. It is a voice of pain, a voice of death. You flee in terror. You awaken as the sun begins to rise. You wake in a cold sweat. You remember every detail of the nightmare as though it had really
Free
happened to
help.
you. There's something strange about this bush. Maybe it's the eyes. Oh, forget it. It's probably just an ordinary...
Still you remain.
It's sausage and peppers fried with garlic.
Still you remain.
This is a little... Trying to be... You pick up 2 of the metal weights and put 1 in each of the baskets. Your legs are too stiff and sore to use this right now. After some... Your legs are too... After some rest, your legs are too... After some rest, there's only...
I have made substantial progress with my Frankie since your last visit. With the MESS recalibrated, I was able to focus the initial stimulation and have achieved the first traces of independent muscular coordination. See for yourself. It is not often that ordinary people such as yourself have the opportunity to witness true genius. I expect that you are feeling especially honored just now.
Could it be? Has Dr. Cranium at last succeeded in the ancient dream of bringing back life to the dead? Or is this just someone who had a little too much to drink at the Mad Doctor's party last night?
That is terrific! This is just what I need for my experiments. As I promised, here is your rehydration solution. The MESS is my patented magnetical electrical stimulation system. With it, I am able to re-establish neuron paths through formerly dead tissue. It also can be a good companion on those lonely Friday nights in the lab.
Don't think about it.
I named Frankie after one of my colleagues who did some preliminary research into tissue reanimation. My success in this experiment will make me one of the premier researchers at this year's scientific ball. When we have... If you want... Here you are. Here you are. I am looking forward to the successful completion of my Frankie experiment. My first attempt was a bush I dug up in the forest garden. The operation was a great success. Unfortunately, the patient died. I hope to correct that minor difficulty in my new experiment.
Still you remain. It is a wonder you have managed to live so long.
So you might be wondering, are we making progress?
Hello there.
It doesn't... You ask?
It's a... I am the result. If you take my...
We need to find the graveyard still.
You slowly... You see a tree whose branch...
Oh, there is something we can get in the swamp, but we have to do it quickly at night, otherwise they fly. I threw the sandwich.
Nothing.
And 12 make 22. This killer plant will crawl to you. Hungry, hunting, seeking food. A berry bush with an attitude?
You make a wild guess. Is that the bush I rescued from the goo?
5, 4, 3. You've dealt with goo. If it answers 1, it won't for 2.
Nothing. Your magical...
So, have you got an excuse for being here, or have you just come to keep me company, or what? What, you mean that mortar over there? That's Baba Yaga's personal magic mortar. It's kinda like a flying rowboat. She uses the pestle for an oar. Hey, don't get any wild ideas about flying around in it. The only thing you could use it for is grinding things. The magic is Baba Yaga's specialty. I was getting kinda bored hanging out here until you showed up. Now I'm dying, so to speak, to find out what happens when you and Baba meet again. They're just the guards. Nothing inside their skulls but some magic. Not exactly brilliant conversationalists like myself.
You cast the reversal spell.
Don't say I didn't warn you, buddy.
That didn't... It's round and smooth and... It doesn't say...
You know, if you keep going on doing all that hero stuff, you're gonna wind up with the goody two-shoes blues. You know, black and blue and dead all over.
Really?
Instant sensory overload. Several of the skulls are magical, particularly the ones with the glowing eyes, and the hut itself is artifact-level magic. You know, the kind for which wizards go around challenging each other to magical duels. This is not... wyvern has no place to carry. Your reversal spell has worn off. You The hectopus seems somehow calmer as you present the Dark One sign to it. You get the feeling that there's something it wants you to do with the sign. You push the Dark One sign into the indentation on the door. It fits perfectly. This amazingly lifelike sculpture looks like a cross between a baby troll and a hermit or dervish. It fits the description of a domovoi, except that it's totally dried out and unmoving. You can't budge it. If you want to do anything with the sculpture, you'll have to do it here. It's a six-tentacled, octopus-like creature. I guess you'd call it a hexapod. Unless you like cats, then you might call it a hexapus. That's funny. The strange six-tentacled creature is moving. It looked like another wall decoration at first. You retrieve the Dark One sign from the monastery door, then quickly step away before the hectopus can react. You hear movement. After a few minutes,
have a seat. Wait, no, better leave the seats here. But why don't you sit down on one?
Of what?
This show can't get on the road until you get off your load. So sit a while and enjoy yourself. Or maybe just sit. Good evening, ladies and germs. A funny thing happened on the way to Mordavia. I got here. I walked up to the innkeeper here and says to the guy, "Do you know how lucky you are to have such a funny guy as myself staying here?" The innkeeper says, "No, but if you hum a few bars, I can fake it." You may as well laugh now. This act doesn't get any funnier. I sit down here for a meal and order some soup. When the waiter brings it in, I says, "Waiter, there's a fly in my soup." The waiter says, "Of course, that's the soup du jour." Am I going deaf in here? Or how can so many people sleep with all these lights on? Seriously, folks, I went to the doctor just the other day and he said he had some good news and some bad news. What's the good news, I asked. "You only have 3 months to live," said the doc. "That's terrible. What's the bad news?" I said. The doc replied, "I'm getting married." I know I had an audience when I came in here. Anyhow, show me a guy with 1,000,000 kopecks, and I'll show you a guy who's rich. Hey, you only had to listen to this material. I'm the one who had to stand here and take it. Anyway, thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been a swell bunch of seats.
Phew. The gnome has stopped speaking. Maybe he's finished telling his joke. You think about applauding, but you're not quite sure if you've heard the punchline yet.
What did you think of my performance? Was I hilarious or what? Is this an inn or a cemetery? I've had livelier times at funerals. Some help you were. Couldn't you at least have smiled a little louder? It's nights like these that make me feel like an inept idiot and a lousy laughingstock. I'd make more money digging graves. But what? And get out of show business? Pleased to meet you. I could tell by your outfit that you were no ordinary rube. Punny Bones, the name. Joke's a fair game. I'm a pro punster. Thank you, thank you. I always like to meet a receptive audience. It's always good to see you. It means you're not behind my back. Be they ever so humble, there's nobody stays home. I've been on the road so long, I have flat tires on my feet. I go wherever I can tell a good joke, and many places where I can't. I'm staying at this inn for a while until I find something here. I got the last store down the hall. Visit me sometime. I'm sure we can have a few laughs together. Hey, my last tour was a great success. I outran everyone. But there's no business like show business. With me, the show must go on and on and on. I got millions of them. Problem is, I can't remember most of them, and the ones I do remember should have been buried long ago. I used to be worth my wit in gold, but, oh, it's a long story. Ask me about it some other time.
He too is a stranger to Mordavia.
Hey, what am I, shredded wheat? If you're talking behind my back, at least have the courtesy to do it face to face.
Well, you know I'm not a census taker over here, but there are no other gnomes in Mordavia.
No wonder.
Yeah, when they show up, there goes the neighborhood. We have no need for gnomes here.
You guys are so narrow-minded you could all look through a keyhole with both eyes. What gnome would want to work here? You guys have all the sense of humor of a wyvern with a hangover.
At the risk of waxing poetic, what need have we of fools?
Hey, you got a point. There are enough fools in here already to reach critical mass.
Well, you know
Hey, you got a point. There are enough fools in here already to reach critical mass. If it pays to be ignorant, why are you guys so broke?
Somebody just shoot me.
And just when I was going to invite you to my party, there's always room for one bore.
Oh, I'll tell you, he's rough, you know? Anyone could tell better jokes than that gnome did. Where's Shaky Green when you need him?
Look, I'd argue with you, but I never engage in a battle of wits with an unarmed man.
The guy's dying up there. I didn't get anything.
Hey, how could you? If ignorance is really bliss, you're the world's happiest guy.
Fellas, is it just me, or is Shecky's performance here lacking a certain sense of humor?
Are you kidding? He was rough. Get a day job.
You're right, and he wasn't very funny either.
What do you mean I wasn't funny? You guys wouldn't know a punchline if it hit you in the face.
You unlock the... After some... A voice from behind the door says, "Oops, sorry. Seems I forgot about my burglar alarm. Hope it wasn't too shocking for you."
Hello, how are you? Come in and have a sit, why don't you?
As you sit down, a rude noise comes from the chair seat.
Gets you every time. A million laughs. How are you? Good to see you. Nice of you to drop in. Speaking of dropping in, did you hear the one about the bad waiter? Seems like he was always dropping in. Dropping in. Get it? Didn't think so. No one got a sense of humor anymore. Not even me.
You tell about some of your adventures.
What was that you were saying about saving Spielberg?
You tell about your adventures in Spielberg.
So you're the guy that made me lose my sense of humor. Listen, if you hadn't made Baba Yaga mad, I never would have told the joke that made her take my humor away. I ain't got no sense of humor. I can't get no sense of humor, and I try. Don't know why. Gotta fly. Say goodbye. What's the matter? You a music critic, so I can't tell a joke? Sue me. I'm comedically challenged. A phoebe of a fool. A dweeb dunce. As a matter of fact, I've been cursed. I'm vexed with a hex, so to speak. Pathetic, ain't it? I can't tell a joke if it kicked me in the teeth. Ever since I got Baba Yaga mad at me, I got the bad joke blues. She has no sense of humor whatsoever. Let me tell you, I was just telling a joke about how some hero got Baba Baby hopping mad and fit to be towed. How was I to know she was in the audience at the time? Anyhow, Baba Yaga stands up, says some bad poetry, and the next thing I know is my jokes are jumbled and my puns are pathetic. So here I am in Nowhere Land trying to locate Baba Yaga so as I can get the curse
purple skin
removed and
didn't
my
give it
humor
away.
returned. This place is really dead, you know. I've had a livelier audience in the graveyard. What do they know about humor? They think a guy falling into a mud puddle is a major joke, like lots of yucks, huh? Now, a man being tripped into a mud puddle, that's comedy. What do I hear? Let me see. Well, the talk of the town is you. No one knows how you got here or what are you doing, and they're still all a bit leery of strangers. You should see some of the looks they give me. You'd think they never saw a gnome before. Or you, for that matter. Nice to see a friendly face around here. Catch you later, Dud. So I ask you, what do you call a dinosaur crashing into a wall? Late for supper, of course. See you later, crocodile.
You unlock the door. After some... You unlock... After some... You unlock... After some rest, you feel you're getting tired. You have the feeling you are being watched.
Not many big people see Domovoy. Most not look. You something special. Maybe so? You hero? Mordavia big hero need. Plenty powerful hero. Maybe you be soon. Learn much, practice much. Soon plenty big hero. In where I am living. In Domovoy am I. Luck I bring. Way things go now, think most luck bad. Things at inn not good. No people come. Innkeeper and wife very, very unhappy. Mordavia very, very sad place. Even Domovoy cannot help here. Oh, too much dark magic. Too much we speak, too much I talk. Sometime else we speak, sometime else I talk. Domovoy am I, Domovoy I be. Over places Domovoy watch, protect the inn do I. By big people Domovoy not seen. You stranger are, maybe hero, maybe not. Show myself to you I do, speak to you I will. Maybe good things for people will you do. Maybe good thing for Domovoy you do, hmm? Some night soon, talk we will again. Domovoy good luck bring. Maybe Domovoy help you. You Domovoy help. Bad place here anymore. Good many years ago, but going very bad now. Many bad things here. You find out. Maybe talk again. You come down other night. Maybe have much to say.
You unlock the door to your room and go in. You awaken as the sun begins to rise. You eat your plain but nourishing breakfast. It has more than a bit of garlic added for spice.
Look, he is safely locked away. We should wait a bit to see if the gravedigger shows up.
Well, there you go. Igor's missing. That ties it. The little weasel never goes anywhere, for crying out loud.
Yeah, except when he's with that wacko, crazy, cuckoo doctor.
Why else would that gypsy be so darn close to town? He got a taste for meat.
It was a full moon outside last night, I'm telling ya.
Yeah, somebody's going to jail. Justice must be served, even for that little gravedigger.
Justice? We don't even know if a crime has really been committed. Just relax, go home or to the inn. The gypsy goes nowhere. We can decide what to do later.
But we...
Later, go home.
Hold it, Slick. Don't you know what a werewolf is? A man who turns into a wolf.
Yeah, when he's sunbathing at night, you know? It's
No,
the
you're
full
going to
moon
tell.
that does it.
Listen, the werewolf eats children, which don't make him all bad.
Igor was not a child.
Hey, Yuri's daughter was eaten by one, huh?
No one knows what happened to Tanya. You cannot say she was eaten.
What else could have happened? I mean, we have the werewolf that did...
It'll break out of your little trick-or-treat jail and eat us all.
Hans, not one word about Tanya eaten by a werewolf will you make to Yuri. He and Bella have been hurt too deeply. As you are a man, do not open the wounds again.
Well, I'll tell you what, you suit yourself, pal. But at least they can be avenged now upon the werewolf! I'm telling you, gypsies are werewolves.
Yeah, gypsies are all tramps and thieves.
Gypsies cannot be trusted.
I think we're fixin' to have one less gypsy around here.
These guys kinda suck.
It is none of your...
Perfect. The gravedigger Igor's been killed.
And we captured a werewolf.
Listen, I'm telling you, Igor's death must be avenged.
Go home. Just go home, all of you. You do not know the truth yet.
We're gonna make the little gypsy tell the truth, don't you worry.
Yeah, let's see how much lying he does after we take his teeth out by hand.
Dimitri, dude, listen, we...
No, you listen, all of you. There is nothing to be done until we know all the facts. Now go home and let me do my job, please. A gypsy was found right outside the town gates. We brought him here for questioning.
Why don't you have a bake sale, pal, and send away for a clue? Everyone knows that gypsies are werewolves.
Yeah, little Igor was somebody's Big Mac, and you want us to just go home?
That werewolf is a danger to us all.
Oh.
Think of our families and our mistresses.
Do you think I would endanger the town by allowing him to escape? The gypsy is
Big Mac,
securely
huh?
locked up. He will not get away. Werewolves are mere peasant tales.
You want to see a peasant tale, pal? Look, we all know that werewolves are real.
Yeah, I saw the movie. They turn into wolves by the full moon.
They are harmed only by silver in wolf form.
They're allergic to wolfsbane.
There's a poem about it, okay? Even a man who's pure in heart.
And says his prayers by night.
Enough! Enough! It is all hearsay and speculation. May become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms.
Oh, that's beautiful. And the autumn moon is
Becomes
bright.
a what?
Or so the charming legend says.
Very look.
The gravedigger was missing last night. And we matriculated on down to the cemetery to search, see?
Yeah, but we didn't have far to go. Just outside town, we caught ourselves a werewolf.
Yeah, but we found no trace of poor old Igor.
Enough! Igor is missing. We do not know what happened to him. I am trying to do the job to which I was appointed. I am trying to make certain that justice... Justice! Justice schmustice, Einstein! Was it justice that little Igor was murdered and wound up the blue plate special?
Yeah, the murderer was caught, and I want to hit him. Let the punishment begin!
Right. Dan will have justice.
Am I the Burgomaster or am I not? I have said all that there is to be said about this subject.
Be right back. back.
The majestic mountains in the background provide a beautiful contrast to the grim gravestones and crypts of the cemetery. You hear a monstrous groaning noise from beneath the fallen tombstone. Perhaps a horrible monster waits below. The inscription on this headstone reads, Michael Med bumped his head in another man's bed. Now he's dead. Rest in peace. You don't know. This headstone does not have an epitaph. Yet. How about that old one? Death is just nature's way of telling you to slow down. You fail to budge the heavy gravestone. It will take more strength than you've got to move this, or better leverage.
Igor saved! Kind stranger saved Igor! Good kind stranger! Igor happy grave, not Igor's grave!
How about that? Open spare.
This headstone. This gravestone is marked, no effort could Elissa save. She passed into a watery grave. Her body was lost, only her memory remains. Here lies Janos, faithful forever to his lost true love, laid beside her empty grave. The inscription. This headstone reads, On a dare, Pasha Sperry spent the night in the cemetery. Something gave him such a fright that now he sleeps here every night. You don't know. Here lies the spirit of Barney Blue. To his lover was untrue. So she knew just what to do. Fixed herself some Barney stew. Here lies the body of Carrie Nation, who answered a vampire's invitation. Now there's cause for lamentation, it was a fatal recreation. Arkin Tenor walked at night. Arkin saw his final sight. Now the question seems to be, what in the world did Tenor see? A heavy stone door seals off the Borgov family crypt. A relief carving on the door shows the crest of the House of Borgov. An inscription on the door says, House of Lygia Poe. May she rest forever. It's filled with this season's earnings. A penny shaved is a penny earned, or so they say. Great Scott, that rotting corpse sure gave you a fright. Fortunately, it was just a dead body, not some sort of horrible undead creature. Those only come out at night. It is deathly silent beyond the door. You examine the door closely. It's massive and well made. A large lock secures the door. Above the door is an intricate crest with the single word Borgov above it. The crypt door lock yields to the power of your open spell. You are in a dark, dank crypt, filled with bas-relief figures of long-departed knights and statues of the Grim Reaper. Stairs lead back up to the entrance. A brightly colored copy of the Borgov crest adorns part of the floor. Some of the stones on this crest feel loose. You need to push them in the correct order to open a lock. Spelling out the name Borgov in colors has caused a secret compartment to open in the crest. Inside is a small key which you add to your keyring. The coffin cover is decorated with a bas-relief sculpture of a knight. Searching carefully, you see a small hole that looks like a keyhole in the sculpture. Oh, such a cheery sight! It's a statue of the Grim Reaper, harbinger of death. The small key from the crest opens a lock in the relief. You open the coffin lid to reveal a dark passageway leading deep into the mountainside. After following the dark passage for several minutes, you come out into a castle chamber. The bookcase closes behind you, and there is no obvious way to open it again. You carefully oil the door's slightly rusty hinges. You carefully oil the door's slightly rusty hinges. You don't see any sign. You see a portrait of a tall, arrogant-looking nobleman dressed for battle. You carefully oil the door's slightly rusty hinges. You don't see any. That didn't do it. You carefully oil. Those things always. The cabinet is empty, save for a thick coating of dust. The cabinet. You catch a brief glimpse of the elusive flash of wings on the other side of the door. All you can hear are distant creaks and groans and the beating of your own. You carefully oil the door hinges to prevent revealing squeaks. Peering through the keyhole, you straighten out the crest. The bookshelf opens, revealing a secret passage. After several minutes spent analyzing this piece of furniture, you reach the brilliant conclusion that it must be a bed. You don't see any... You carefully... You straighten... You carefully oil the door hinges to prevent revealing squeaks. Peering through the... You carefully oil the door's slightly rusty hinges. The castle... You don't see any sign... You carefully oil... You don't see any... You carefully... You carefully... You don't see any... You don't see any... The door hinges squeak in protest as you open the door. You carefully... Some of these books seem to be attached to the bookshelf. Let's see what you can do with them. There's something strange about the volumes of Tobin's Spirit Encyclopedia, subtitled To Pass Beyond the Veil, on these shelves.
I don't remember the solution to this.
There's something strange. There's something strange about the volumes of Tobin's Spirit Encyclopedia, subtitled To Pass Beyond the Veil. You catch a brief glimpse of the elusive... You carefully...
I think we went around in circles.
Peering through the keyhole,
We still have time.
you straighten the book. The door hinges. You carefully oil the... Through the keyhole, you can see what appears to be a child's bedroom. A large and dangerous-looking, ape-like creature sits near the door. You politely knock on the door. Fortunately, there's no response. You carefully... Peering through the keyhole, it's a massive... Kablooey! You got the chest open, but set off an explosion in the process. The chest was trapped. You take 15 crowns from a pouch in the safe. The safe also contains several papers and some old clothes, but they have deteriorated with age and are worthless, so you leave them. Your eyes must have deceived you. For a moment there, you could swear you saw a ghost. You carefully... You carefully... It does... The castle door... The door hinges squeak in protest. You shiver as the ghost passes through you. A cold chill remains behind. It's as white as a sheet. Perhaps... You carefully... You carefully oil... Peering through the... That didn't do... This door... You carefully... You carefully... Peering through the key... You don't see any... You care...
We're back at the beginning.
Try as you might... The books all seem to be glued in place. The bookshelves are... You straighten... Through the keyhole. The monster doesn't seem to like you letting light into the room. Maybe you would have better luck at night. The snow... There's something strange. The castle door... You don't see any movement through the keyhole, but you think you hear movement from the bottom of the stairs. You carefully... You know, there are those two huge goon guards down at the bottom. Are you sure this is such a good time to head down the stairs? You hear voices at the bottom of the stairs. This really isn't such a hot idea. It will be certain death to get too close to those guards. You hear voices at the bottom of the stairs. Right. There are those two guards about the size of 1,000-year-old redwood trees guarding the stairs, and you want to talk to them? Why don't you just walk down the stairs and meet them close up while you're at it?
Hey, dungeons is always guarded, and we's the guards. But why guard a dungeon when there's no one in there? We got to guard something, don't we? Else we don't got the job. Well, it's still boring.
No one seems to be listening. A feeling of peace and tranquility fills the area. You know,
The master's really something, ain't she? Yeah. I even likes the kid. Shame they keep her all the way on the other side of the castle. Yeah. It's the Annabes guy I can't stand. He looks at us like we was food or something. You got it. That guy gives me the creeps.
there's something strange. You straighten out the snow. You don't see any.
We should probably find an exit. You shiver. The main doors are securely locked and the books all seem to be glued in place. This is not a good place. This is... As you shake hands with the Grim Reaper statue, the door at the top of the stairs opens. You quickly make your escape from the deadly crypt.
The werewolf threat has ended. Since you have found and rescued Igor, I have released our gypsy prisoner. It seems he was not a werewolf after all. All the peasant fears were for nothing.
You say hello?
You are a very polite person. Perhaps I should learn some manners from you for dealing with strangers. The gypsy has no doubt returned home to his people. They have an encampment to the east.
Greetings and welcome to our camp. You are a stranger no longer. When you saved me from death,
This is
our
another
lives
place that
became
crashes the game.
intertwined. Henceforth, you are to be known as a gypsy friend. Come now. I will take you to the leader of our camp.
So, you are the one my son spoke of. You saved his life. You also entered fearlessly into our den of wolves. You are a man of great courage. We gypsies owe you for our Davy, and I believe we will owe you for things to come. Welcome. I am the fortune teller. I will teach you a spell. It will protect you against the dead that rise again. I think you will find this most useful in your questings.
Gypsy fortune teller touches your head briefly. Magic flows through you. Now you know the aura spell.
Now, let us learn more of you. Why have you come here, and what do you seek? Oh my, for an outsider, you are most polite.
You tell about the gnome and his problems.
Interesting. Baba Yaga has returned only recently to this valley. We have had scent of her to the far south. But the path to her hut is blocked by magic. You will need to find a way past that magical barrier.
You tell her about the frightening dream.
Dreams are messages. Such a message may be obscure or meaningful, depending upon the sender and the dreamer. The meaning of this dream may be clearer when you have had more of them.
You tell about how you got here.
The dark cave? You escaped from there? Ah, you are very powerful and lucky. I would guess that a summoning spell went wrong. That cave interferes with all magic around here. But it is best not to speak of that cave. Someone brought you here for some unknown purpose.
Most interesting. There are many legends about that ogress. We gypsies avoid her when we can. She is dangerous to enemies, and she takes offense easily. She has her hut to the south. There is some sort of magic hiding the pathway there. Her only weakness is her love of food. Be careful if you need to approach her. I have been gifted by true sight and foreknowledge. These are gifts with knife edges. Oh, I have seen my own death, and knew my true love's death the day I met him. Still, it is most useful. I will read your fortune in the cards, if you wish. You have only to cross my palm with silver. So much for the legends about werewolves, huh? Or at least a coin of value. But I warn you, no future is fixed. What the cards show of the future can happen, but only if you take the actions to create this future. And it is not easy to determine what those actions are, dear. Such is life.
Remember, the kopecks are copper.
This valley has always been a nexus of power. Magic is very strong here. My people for generations come here to renew and strengthen their ties to the mystical ways. My dear, we are not the only ones drawn by this power. The magician Irana created a magical refuge here. Others, more dark, were drawn here as well. Oh, be wary and watchful at all times here. The magic of this land has become twisted, and there are many dangers around you. Oh, there are many places and things of magic around here, and I am certain you will come across them in your travels. Irana was a powerful magician who came from this area. There is a garden in the forest which she created. Oh, it is such a place of safety for all who visit there. It is said that her final resting place is near here as well. Her staff stands in the town and protects those within the walls from outside harm. There are some things about which even I dare not speak. Even thinking about such creatures attracts them. Let us hope that you never need know of such matters. Creatures of the night, shapeshifters, skin changers. We are man or beast by our own will, to run on four legs, to howl at the moon, to chase the terrified prey through the hills. This is what it is to be truly alive. Oh, the legend of the werewolf is but a folk tale. We change our shape when we choose.
So they are werewolves.
Not because the moon is in some silly phase. We are the beast with the mind of a man, and a man with the mind of a beast. It is not normally our way to speak so freely to outsiders. So why do I say so much to you? Because you need to know we are not your enemies. You have too many questions that cannot be answered, and your ignorance may be your doom. There is much to you. Your actions to come will affect us all. Do not doubt it. Therefore, I will speak honestly and openly on what I can. Now, I can see by your eyes that our future is linked to you, for weal or woe. To release the spirit of a Rusalka, you must first know her true name and that of the person who killed her. Then you must take a broom tied with the hair of the dead woman and beat the grave of her untrue lover 3 times. Then his ghost shall rise, and you must defeat him. And
Finally, dear, you must give the Rusalka a token of the love which was denied her. Then only, can her spirit rest.
Oh dear, the speed of Duzzbox is making it go too fast. Yeah.
Make what you will of your fortune. I will speak no more of it.
You say goodbye.
Ah, you weary of talk. Good. You are a guest with us tonight. Let us join the others for food, drink, and dance, huh?
I hope you will enjoy the hospitality of my people.
You spend the evening in the joyful company of the gypsies. The gypsies seem to have gone all out to make you welcome in their camp. You've eaten a rich, spicy stew with no garlic, with fresh bread and plenty to drink. Now it's time to relax and enjoy.
Come, is she not beautiful? Ah, why do you hesitate? Go, join in the dance!
After hours of carousing with the gypsy wolves, you find yourself curling up into a comfortable position near the fire pit and sinking into a deep and dreamless sleep. There's something strange about this bush. Nothing.
Notice how every monster has its own theme.
Hello there. Why don't you... I am the Rusalka.
You ask?
It's a... If you take...
Vorpal pa na.
The cute, innocent, well, maybe not exactly, little bunny has been viciously slaughtered and now looks like a roadkill.
Good day again.
It's a garlic souffle, Moldavian style.
Anna has been gone for a long time. I have been looking for her for so very long. I do not know what has become of my Anna. Yes, well, I keep looking for Anna. Will you help me find her? She's missing.
You greet.
You. We have met before, I think.
Like I said, it keeps getting harder.
I have done it! The world shall not soon forget the genius of Dr. Cranium. The experiment is a success. Behold, Frankie! Ho, ho, ho. Is she not something? I'm looking forward to an exhilarating series of experiments with her. Ah, a very nice Frankie. I'm sure you will agree. Just as I planned. I believe she has all the assets necessary to become a premier scientific laboratory assistant.
You talk about your explorations in Moldavia and the many amazing creatures you've encountered.
Yes, that is the way of the true scientist. Do not rely on what others have told you, but experience them for yourself. I am glad that you are finding your vacation in Moldavia an educational experience.
This is probably my favorite of the Quest for Glory games.
Could it be? Has Dr. Cranium at last succeeded in the ancient dream of bringing back life to the dead? Or is this just someone who had a little too much to drink at the mad doctor's party last night?
Is she not a wonder? My Frankie, fully functional in every way. In fact, I imagine she could even, no. I am sorry, but I really cannot reveal the nature of the experiments Frankie and I intend to perform. The world may not yet be ready for them. More importantly, I do not want anyone else taking credit for my results. Besides, Frankie is a little shy. Science? Ha! It is... If... Here... I am sorry, but more importantly, do not be concerned if you should be unable to reach me during the next few days. Frankie and I shall be engaged in some very important and engrossing scientific research.
I'm sure. Nope, just the new Rising Sun patch for the timing bug fixes. I think. I seem to recall that what I patched it with. That was O. Years ago. I actually wasn't aware of the newer fan patches until I got to the Leopardman duel in 3. And was like, oh, that might have solved it. Yeah, if we do this again on Paladin, I might give it a game. I'm just not fond of fan patches that change the game balance. Which is why I usually play the original version on stream. Unless the fan patch only fixes audio or timing bugs. 'Cause King's Quest 4 and Space Quest 4 I have patched in unique ways. Before the new Rising Sun guy disappeared. Yeah, we can try it next time. To use fan patches, you need to start the game over from the import stat. Cause the way the game engine works is that save games are a kind of memory dump of the game engine. This is also why I usually won't play the ScumVM engine if I want to show how the game actually works. Cause the ScumVM engine doesn't 100% work for Quest for Glory 4, Space Quest 6, or King's Quest 7. Though they are getting closer. Seven fine. 8 is the one everyone hates. Eight is the one that nobody recognizes as canon. I have finished 8 on the original optical media, but good God, that was a slog. No, actually I only have King's Quest 1 to 4 on my other YouTube. Cause only 1-4 are really a pain in the ash to get running. Good old Iga titles. Always a pain to get running at the right speed. Meanwhile, Quest for Glory 334, Space Quest 4, 5, and King's Quest 6 all have these timing bugs that are from How Das War, emulating the hardware too accurately. Like, I kid you not. DOSBox could not emulate anything that requires perfect timing. It emulates DOS, not AVG, a Tandy hardware. So it kinda works in reverse of how, say, something like a Super Nintendo emulator might work. Instead of perfectly emulating a 286 or a 386, which is what I played all these Sierra games on. It emulates a DOS environment that fakes all the video and sound hardware. And the last piece of hardware the DOSBox staging got added was like the MPEG decoder for like Return to Zurk. Real Magic is such a huge pain to emulate. Cause it's kind of broken video CD format. You can play the videos on your PC, but they don't work correctly. Cause they're all various resolutions. Now, which version of Return to Zork is better? The CD version with Redbook audio or the MPEG version with full motion video everywhere? Well, neither actually work correctly in Scum. But both will work in DOSBox if you know what you're doing. Which is my specialty. Now, you can find some copies of it occasionally on eBay. Usually what happens is that there's only like a half dozen real magic titles in existence. But there were a lot more hardware devices sold than there were software. Like how I got my copies of Return to Zork in the first place was the Red Book audio version came with the Sound Blaster. 16 the school library had for their 386. But the librarian didn't want people playing games on it, so she gave me the games from the set.
You get a fine meal of roast lamb garnished with red cabbage. Oh, and liberally flavored with garlic.
Likewise, the MPEG version came my way one time. I doubt I can find the disc though. I have the MPEG 2 version of a game I forget the name of at the moment. Same problem. It will only work on a video card with the full MPEG 2 decoder in it, and no emulators can do it.
You unlock the door to...
So Dmitri says the gypsy didn't really kill Igor after all. Then there's that one about the Easter Bunny.
Wait, you didn't hear? That foolish gravedigger fell into a grave, and he was trapped by his own gravestone. He's dumber than a styrofoam cup.
Right. It's just lucky for Igor the stranger happened to wander by before he starved to death.
You are all fortunate that the stranger rescued Igor. You would have burned an innocent man. Well, I still think the gypsy's a werewolf.
Those three guys all ad-libbed their lines.
You've never seen so many locks and bars on a door. You can't find any way to open it. You really don't feel well. As a matter of fact, you feel like you're about to die.
It is very dangerous in Mordavia at night. We always keep things locked up when it gets dark. I will let you out for now. If you wish to return later this evening, just knock on the door. If you do not make it back by the closing of the inn, may you rest in peace.
The staff feels...
This I must.
You find yourself letting go of the staff very quickly. The only effect is a tingling. After some... After some rest...
It is good to see you again. I hope you are enjoying your visit to Mordavia. You need to take better care of yourself, you know? It is very dangerous out at night. Why, you've been injured. Here, take this and drink it. It should help. I would be most displeased. I mean, sorry, if something were to happen to you. Come to me. I have something to show you.
Thank you for your concern.
I warned you it is dangerous here at night, and you do not listen. I intend to teach you a lesson.
A strange feeling sweeps your body. You realize that you now know the frostbite spell.
Perhaps that will help keep you alive when I am not with you.
There is always a flirt option.
You try out a few of your best lines on her.
You flatter me. It is nice to have someone as handsome and attractive as you say such things to me.
You tell her your name and a little about your adventures.
How fascinating. I have never met a true hero before. You must tell me more sometime. I bid you welcome to Mordavia. I hope you are enjoying your stay here. There. Now you have had an official welcome from your own official welcome woman. You may call me Katrina. And what shall I call you? The forest is a very dangerous place. Many monsters walk here, especially at night. Please, please be careful. Magic is very useful for survival in Mordavia. Use it wisely and carefully. I must go now. I hope we can meet again soon. I enjoy your company.
Before you can think to follow her, the young peasant girl has disappeared into the forest. You cast the aura spell. You feel a chill go through you as you enter this part of the forest, as if a cold wind suddenly sprang up from nowhere. That feels good. Just what you needed to relieve some of the ache. You feel a chill. You cast the aura spell.
Him? I think we need to run off.
You feel it. Nothing. That feels good. You cast. You feel it.
I was pretty darn sure maybe I have to kill the timing again.
You feel a chill go through you as you enter. You feel it. You cast the aura. You feel a chill. You sense no. Your spell does nothing. It only works upon magic. That feels good. You feel a chill. You feel it.
What am I missing? We are supposed to cast aura, and yet it doesn't seem to work. Maybe we need to do something else first.
You feel it.
Everything is so strange. I lost my way home. Please, can you help me find my way? I'm trying to find my way home. I keep getting lost. Can you show me the way to town?
The ghostly app. That feels good. You are deep within the heart. Well, that wasn't so bad, let alone badder than you could handle. The badder looks almost deflated in death. The only effect is a tinkle.
There you are. I am looking for berries. The wild blackberries should be ripe now. I want to surprise my husband with a pie. It's getting dark now, and I need to get home. I live in town. Somewhere in town. I've got to get home. What's wrong with me? What's happened to me? Everything is so strange. I don't understand. Please don't talk so. It's bad luck to speak of the dead.
The ghostly apparition vanishes. Searching for the fallen beast, you find nothing of value, unless you were planning to start a flea circus.
I don't understand. Every time I try to follow you, I find myself here again. Why can't I leave this place? Why can't I go home? Everything is so hazy when I try to think of things. It's like trying to look at things far, far away. I should be able to remember my own home, shouldn't I? Every time I try to go anywhere, I keep returning here. Why am I so lost? I can't remember. I can't even think of my own name. What's wrong with me? No, no, it can't be, no!
The ghost...
I remember now. I was walking home. Something started to chase me. I tried to run. Something knocked me over and... everything went black. I'm dead, aren't I? I really can't go home again. I'm just a ghost. My name was Anna. I can remember things now. But everything is like a faded dream. It seems so strange to think of myself as a ghost. Everything is blurry. There's no day or night, only this shadowy landscape. I want to go from here, but I cannot leave. I can only wait.
This is one of the few games that just have a ghost that is aware that it's a ghost and isn't inherently
beside the
evil.
tall oak tree near the center of town. I've been gone so long. My poor, poor Nikolai. Forgive me my manners. It's just that I'm not used to the idea that I'm dead.
You hear movement on the other side of the door. After a few minutes, you hear someone removing the bar and unlocking the bolts on the other side of the door. Dinner tonight is garlic stew with vegetables. You unlock... After some you unlock the door to your room and go in.
Man, those guys just stay up till midnight.
Unfortunately, after some you're getting tired. You unlock the door.
castle, bad place. Nobody alive there but monsters. Very dangerous to go there. Someday you go there, not go there now. Need to be very strong, smart, and powerful. Need to know many things. Not yet, not now. Too dangerous. You die, and no more hero for Mordavia. Soon, no Mordavia. Bad things soon happen. Bad things soon come. Very bad thing. Very, very bad thing. Great big bad thing. Need powerful hero. Need smart hero. Hero help make very, very bad thing come. Hero help make very, very bad thing go. No hero? Then very, very bad thing stay. Very, very bad thing for Mordavia. In castle, many things dead, many things undead. How to really help Tanya, I not know. Staff in town, plenty powerful magic, but not know how to use it. Maybe gypsies know. Talk to gypsies. You help Domovoy? Domovoy help you. Not far from inn bad place is. Very bad place. For sure bad place door try to kill you. Magic symbol you need. Magic symbol on door will open. In bad place Domovoy is. Domovoy not alive. Domovoy not dead. Domovoy very dry. Domovoy you help. More help I give you. See you I will again, after you help Domovoy.
You unlock the door. You awake. Pay the...
Thank you for...
It's a typical country breakfast. Fried beets and sausage with garlic for a garnish.
Buh. No, she can be talked to.
I used to see the Domovoy. When I was a child, I'd sneak down from my bedroom in the middle of the night and look for him. He was always hiding somewhere downstairs, and he would laugh. When I found him, he would be hysterical, the Domovoy. Now that I'm an adult, I don't see him. But I do know he's still around. My mother used to go to the garden or the staff whenever she was unhappy. She said that the staff always made her feel safe and warm. I have always felt such feelings there as well, I might add. My grandmother used to say that the staff was from the mage Irana, that it was Irana's final gift to Mordavia when she died. I only know that you should visit there at night sometime. Perhaps you will have a pleasant dream there. My grandmother used to tell stories about Irana, how she was part fairy folk and unearthly beautiful, and she brought kindness and magic wherever she went.
Wives' tales.
They were true. Somewhere in the forest lies Irana's garden. My grandmother used to visit there sometimes before the woods got too dangerous to travel in. My grandmother told me how very beautiful the garden was and how it filled her with happiness. Oy, how I wish I could visit there sometime.
No, Bella. It is too dangerous outside the town walls.
I know, Yuri. Still, someday I will go there. You'll see. Even my husband has dreams sometimes. I keep trying to tell him to believe in his dreams, that they are trying to tell him something, but he wouldn't listen. I am fine, but I do worry about you at times. Please, take care of yourself. I know that heroes need to do dangerous things, but try not to get into too much trouble. Okay, honey?
Oh, Bella, leave the poor man
Everyone has
alone.
these interesting fall Eastern European
I
accents.
just want to make sure you'll be all right. Don't hawk me.
It's funny, like with Bella's voice, you can hear two accents overlapping each other.
Well, you have probably met nearly all the men in town. Most of their wives work very hard this time of year. Yeah, they're canning vegetables, making new clothes, schlepping blankets, providing for the winter. Well, this may be the time for men to relax from the harvest. But for the women, it's one of the busiest times of the year.
Tell about some of the things you have done in Moldavia.
Perhaps we do need a hero around here. One thing you can say about Mordavia is that it is never dull. Be careful out there.
Igor, very glad not to still be in grave. You Igor's friend now.
Igor's not gone on like this.
You tell Igor how you figured out he was stuck in the grave.
Lucky for Igor, you persistent hero.
You tell Igor the townspeople were worried while he was gone.
People miss Igor? You tell Igor a rumor? Igor now morgue happy than ever. Morgue happy, get it? Little graveyard humor there.
See, Igor is funnier than Punny Bones.
Good to see you. Igor not give crypt key to strangers. You not stranger. Igor give crypt key to you. Grave accident? Little graveyard humor there. That good one. I like it. Igor carve headstone near grave. Igor fall in grave. Gravestone fall on grave. Igor not get out until you get him out of grave. Igor in grave danger. A little graveyard humor there. Staff been in town long time. Dimitri's grandfather brought staff to town. People say Doctor mad. Doctor not mad. Doctor just crazy. Oh, people not like gypsies. People think gypsies steal things. People think gypsies eat people. People think gypsies not normal like Igor. Oh, reports of Igor's demise greatly exaggerated.
while the writing for him is pretty good.
The hectopus seems somehow calmer as you present the dark.
Bad place. Very bad place. Go away. You'll be very sorry.
You push the Dark One sign into the indentation on the door. It fits perfectly.
Very wet be I, very wet and very alive. Glad am I to be alive, happy thanks I give you. Careful you should be here, dangerous very it is. Feed the guard or destroy it to find the secret passage down.
It's a six-tentacled, octopus-like creature. I guess you'd call it a That didn't do anything. Hector the hexapod happily gorges itself on the garlic. Hector looks much less hungry and perhaps a little less dangerous now. It doesn't. There is a cold feeling down here that chills your bones and sets the hairs on the nape of your neck on end. There is a musty odor of mold and mildew mingling with the sickeningly sweet smell of decaying flesh. Welcome to your nightmare. This place practically vibrates with dark magic. You get a momentary vision of nameless rites and unspeakable rituals before the spell cuts off. Any individual magical impressions are lost among the overall dark magical aura.
So there's a fun way to die
The
here,
dark
but only if you're a
confines
thief.
of the recessed alcove hint at unimaginable horrors. You've seen some pretty ridiculous things in your time, and that's certainly one of them. You tap the huge cask of Amontillado. This is the strongest stuff you've ever tasted, assuming that you're not an aficionado of dragon's breath. Bottoms up. Man, have you got a headache? Fortunately, the Dark One rising seems to have been just a vision, not the reality. Yet. A scroll has formed from the cask's wine droplets. You pick up the rolled paper on the floor. It has the symbol of a drop of blood at the top and the inscription, Ritual of Blood. You can't read any of the other writing on it. A swirling cloud of undoubtedly poisonous gas surrounds the desk for a few seconds after your spell opens it. Then the cloud subsides. You rifle through the Mad Monk's desk and find the diary of Amontillado. Boy, was this guy wacko. Reading this makes your head hurt. However, it does give you some information about the Dark One rituals. It said something about the first ritual being placed within the Mad Monk's tombstone, there to be forever guarded by followers. The second ritual shall be placed in the Stone of Squids, and revealed only by the light of a dead child's soul. The next ritual shall be placed in the hollow of the Hangman's Tree, and guarded by the spirit of the dead which remains there. The blood ritual shall be concealed magically within the monastery, and only he who willingly seeks dark visions shall find it. The mouth ritual shall be placed in the great arch itself, under the Dark One's sign. And the heart ritual shall be given to someone named Gregor for safekeeping. Now there's another note on this page in another's handwriting. Gregor is missing in the forest and probably dead. Yet where is the heart ritual? You rifle through now there's the huge book on the altar looks fascinating. You could almost swear you saw it move. The title says Necrophilicon. Haven't you heard about this book somewhere? Man. A scroll. You pick. This place. Swirling. You set the next mother. This is not. This is. Be careful. It's a really silly. It doesn't. You retrieve. The headstone carver stares at you.
Bad building. No, go there. Bad, bad, bad.
Trying to be a... That... You pick up... Your legs are too stiff. After some... Your legs are... After some... After some rest... After some... You think you've done about as much stair-stepping as your body can handle.
Only 60 points out of all of that.
You are always on the go, my friend. Take care.
Anna has been gone.
You start to tell the old man about the ghost you met in the forest.
Anna? You have seen Anna?
You explain that you saw her ghost in the forest.
Anna is in the forest? Where is she? I must go to her.
You tell Nikolai where you saw Anna, and try to explain that she is dead.
Thank you. I cannot thank you enough for finding my Anna. I will go to her now. I will help her find her way home. Thank you again.
Gee, can you guess what's gonna happen? And that is funny, cause Odie never spoke. He just barked. I guess we gotta come back in the evening.
The inscription on this headstone reads, This gravestone is... Here lies Janos. This headstone reads, Honored... The inscription on this... Arkan Ten... You don't notice anything. Here lies the body of Carrie Nation. Here lies the spirit of Barney Blue. 2 spare coffins await their customers here. Apparently Igor has finally managed to get ahead of business. An inscription on the door says, House of Ligeia Poe. It's filled with this... Benny...
Yeah, cause he just wanders off. You know what happens to seniors who wander off?
You sense no magic in...